oversight. And that's something that I know that at least on my side of the aisle, we all agree on, regardless of what you believe our role should be in Ukraine. And again, unfortunately, as I mentioned, this would eliminate that, the funding for that. Third, it would also eliminate funding for investigations of Russian war crimes in Ukraine, and as well as assistance to help secure Ukrainian nuclear facilities. And we've seen those in the news under threat by the Russians. And also the funds for potential clearance of Russian mines. And finally, it would eliminate economic support for Ukraine. And that is something that the sponsor of this amendment is really focused on. But I would argue even there, that is essential at this moment, right now. Look, it's pretty clear that Putin has been targeting farmlands and infrastructure, energy infrastructure, road infrastructure, and Ukraine's industrial base. And by the way, he's doing that for a reason. You see, crippling Ukraine's economy, and Putin knows this, has a direct impact on Ukraine's ability to stop Putin. So now, as chairman of the State of Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I can assure you that not only do I understand the sponsor of this amendment's frustration, I get it, I share it. But that's why, again, we need to have the language that's currently in the bill. I understand her concern and her frustration because of the lack of transparency and strategy on the funding that has already been provided. So that's why this is very clear. That's why this legislation includes many of the critical oversight and burden-sharing priorities that I'm very proud originated in the FY24 State Foreign Operations Bill. These include unprecedented cost matching requirements so that other donors step up. They must step up. The bill imposes layers and layers of conditions on the funding, including for in-person monitoring, for example. This bill requires, I know, novel concept, a strategy that must be developed and submitted so that Congress can evaluate the execution of aid and its alignment with U.S. national security interests. Another significant change, by the way, from the Senate supplemental is a requirement in this bill that the economic support to Ukraine be repaid, transforming assistance from a grant to a loan. I am so grateful to the sponsor of this amendment for her work. I appreciate the intent of this amendment, but we cannot afford to shortchange our oversight funding, our diplomatic security funding, and other strategic priorities. So for those reasons, with, again, the great admiration and respect for the sponsor of this amendment, I must urge a no vote on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just begin by saying the feeling is mutual. I have tremendous respect and admiration for my colleague from the Sunshine State. And I hear loud and clear the critical elements of this bill that have been deemed necessary. Heck, I deem them necessary. The American people and the representatives in this chamber, we demand fully accountability and transparency. However, there are multiple poison pills within this text that the American people, and certainly not my constituents back home, support. For example, $300 million for international narcotics control and law enforcement. What about the 100,000 plus people every single year in America that are being poisoned by fentanyl? Where is the funding to stop the flow of fentanyl into the United States? What about the $25 million for transition initiatives? What about the $60 million for diplomatic programs? I noticed that my colleague, again, who I deeply respect, he mentioned that part of that is for security, but what about the rest? Or the $481 million for refugee and entrance assistance? We have a border crisis that has resulted in one of the most egregious public health, public safety, humanitarian, and national security crises in American history. We are approaching over 10 million illegals crossing into our country, being quote-unquote paroled, which is just a fancy way of saying catch and release, into the United States, approaching 2 million gotaways. We have a massive crisis here at home, and if America is not safe and secure here at home, we cannot help our partners abroad. I urge respectfully that my colleagues put America first and adopt this amendment. With that, I yield.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the committee do rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Very emotional.
The ayes have it. The motion is adopted according to the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 8035 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1160, I call up the bill H.R. 8034, the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8034, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the situation in Israel and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1160, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committee on the appropriations of their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, will each control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself what time I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer House Resolution 8034, the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024. This bill provides $26.38 billion to fortify America's support of our Israeli allies and defend our troops in the region. It is part of a larger package of 3 security supplemental appropriation acts before us: Israel, Ukraine, and Indo-Pacific. All 3 are essential to deter our adversaries. There are moments where actions is optional, a convenience but not a necessity, a choice. This is not one of those moments. The world is in chaos. Americans have been killed, and our allies and partners are dying in the front lines every day. Ukraine is entering its 3rd year of a war to repel Russia's invasion. While forced to conserve their munitions and choose which areas to defend, Israel is avenging its innocent civilians who were murdered, raped, brutalized, and taken hostage by Hamas, while defending its country from a barrage of Iranian missiles. Indo-Pacific nations face China daily with strength and resolve, knowing they are likely next. The United States is not on the sidelines in these conflicts. Our service members are under daily standing watch along NATO's eastern flank and being routinely challenged in the Indo-Pacific. 5 American flag-draped coffins have returned home in the past 6 months. When we go to war with what we have. There is no time to forge new alliances, no ability to reconstruct abandoned production lines, and no hidden reserve of fully trained and ready troops. This is the situation our allies and partners in Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and other Indo-Pacific nations face today. It is a situation ourselves may face sooner than we think. Xi, Putin, Khamenei, and terrorist leaders will not back down unless met with a strong and resolute America, standing shoulder to shoulder with our constellation of allies and partners. These bills provide the funding necessary to defeat and deter our enemies. While the bills carry the names of other countries, there is one nation that I care about above all others, and that is ours. These conflicts have exposed the fragility of our defense industrial base and dire need to invest in factories, shipyards, assembly lines that manufactures the instruments of our national defense. In recognition of this fact, over $59 billion across these bills go into our defense industrial base, including $3.3 billion to supercharge a submarine industrial base, $29.5 billion to replenish our stocks of U.S. defense systems and services provided to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, $1.13 billion to expand the procurement and development of artillery and critical munitions. Each conflict has its unique needs and is addressed in these bills, including $5.2 billion to replenish Israel's Iron Dome, David Sling, and procure the Iron Beam missile defense systems. $542 million for unfunded priorities requested by the Indo-PACOM commander, and $13.8 billion directly to procure U.S. capability for Ukraine. Our servicemen and women across the globe are being asked to operate at a wartime tempo to track, respond, and engage emerging threats. These bills provide the resources necessary to support their operations, with $11.3 billion for current U.S. operations in Europe, $2.4 billion for our forces in the Middle East, who are under daily attack. Mr. Speaker, we have been complacent for far too long, as our allies and partners and our own service members have been under attack. This Congress has a solemn obligation to our military to provide them with the resources they need to deter and win our nation's wars. Douglas MacArthur once said that the history of the failure of war can almost be summed up in 2 words: too late. When conflict occurs, we will fight with what we have and who is with us. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on these bills to ensure our military readiness and revigorate American defense industry. I encourage them to vote yes to reinforce our Israeli, Ukrainian, Taiwanese, and Indo-Pacific allies and partners. I encourage them to vote yes so that future generations may write on what we did here today. They weren't too late. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, which will provide Israel with desperately needed aid to respond to the horrific October 7th attacks and protect itself from Iran and its proxies. What happened in Israel on October 7th was horrifying. On a recent trip to Israel, I saw firsthand the remnants of the violence that innocent people were subjected to, including the site of the Supernova Sukkot gathering, the gathering at which it was a music festival that Hamas attacked, Kibbutz Berei and the homes where so many were massacred, and Hostage Square, where I met with families of those taken hostage by Hamas. The United States has not forgotten October 7th, and today we are providing the aid Israel has needed since the day Hamas terrorists killed innocent Israeli civilians in the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust. Just last weekend, Israel was openly and directly attacked by Iran. I applaud the role of the United States in providing Israel with support in its defense against that attack. But while we must ensure Israel can stand strong in the face of adversaries like Iran that seek its annihilation, we must also ensure that every step possible is taken to protect innocent life in Gaza and elsewhere. On my trip, we also went to Kirbet Zanuta, a Palestinian village in the West Bank, where settlers destroyed homes and a school. On the trip, we were also briefed from Gaza by humanitarian organizations, including UNRWA, which have lost hundreds of staff to the violence. To that end, I have called for an immediate ceasefire of at least 6 weeks to facilitate the safe delivery of aid to civilians in Gaza. We must protect aid workers. We must open additional crossings to bring in at least 500 trucks a day and ensure that food is never used as a weapon of war. Innocent families are in danger, children are starving, and civilian casualties are mounting, not just in Gaza, but in conflict zones all around the world. The more than $9 billion in humanitarian support in this bill would make sure that we are not leaving Gazans, the Ukrainians, the Sudanese, the Haitians, or the Rohingya behind. We must pass this bill, ensure Israel has the resources it needs to defend itself, and that much-needed humanitarian aid can flow to millions of vulnerable people around the world. I urge your support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Georgia, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Clyde, for 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Calvert. I will always stand with our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel, but I rise today to express my serious concerns with a very flawed supplemental. In November, I supported the first security supplemental for Israel, which was financially paid for and would have provided weapons and equipment for Israel's fight against Hamas. The cost was offset by rescinding Democrats' unprecedented expansion of the IRS. Today, we are considering a vastly different bill, one that is all borrowing, another $26 billion of debt with no rescissions. The legislation also contains $400 million for FEMA, which has nothing to do with supporting Israel, and over $9 billion for humanitarian aid in Hamas-controlled Gaza and the West Bank. A report from the Heritage Foundation stated, "The problem with aid diversion to Hamas and other terrorist groups plagues all international and non-governmental aid organizations operating in Gaza. It is therefore highly likely that U.S. taxpayer-funded humanitarian aid to Gaza, including some of the aid in this bill, would again be diverted to support further Hamas attacks against Israel." Why would we knowingly be sending money into the hands of Hamas in any bill? If we are feeding Gaza, we are feeding Hamas.
Fired.
Therefore, with great disappointment, I cannot in good conscience vote for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this legislation. All of the bills will address the issues at hand. I often say it's never too late to do the right thing. But waiting to do the right thing comes at a cost. We saw that cost in Israel this week as an emboldened Iran launched an unprecedented attack on our ally. For Ukraine, the cost of our inaction is great, if incalculable. It is measured in Ukrainian lives, towns, and territory lost. For 478 days, Congress's words of support fell silent on Ukrainian ears, deafened by the air raid sirens, artillery bombardment, and drone attacks. Today, we act. We act to make it clear to the world that America is still the defender of freedom, democracy, and international law, as well as our friends and allies, and the opponent of tyrants and terrorists. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Vote yes to show Jews in Israel, America, and beyond that this Congress will always stand up for their safety. Vote yes to demonstrate to Russia, Iran, North Korea, and every other authoritarian despot, and to terrorists everywhere, that America remains committed to defending freedom here and around the world. Let our bipartisan support for our allies endure in the months ahead, whether it's to secure the release of the 134 hostages held captive in Gaza or to turn back Putin's criminal invasion. The voice of resolve and opposition to tyranny must not be muted, nor should it be delayed. Let us pray that the majority that speaks today will remain loud and clear for all to hear.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Ukraine and Israel are in growing danger of running out of arms and ammunition while China casts a hungry eye on Taiwan. History warns us of allowing aggression to grow unchecked and of how quickly events in an unstable world can unravel. Profligate spending is exhausting our resources and damaging our economy, but as Reagan reminded us, defense is not a budget issue. You spend what you need to spend. And although the defense of these besieged nations is one step removed from our own, it would be a very good thing to keep it that way. I regret that the 3 military aid bills are larded up with about $20 billion of economic handouts, but we are out of options and we are out of time. I'm afraid that's the price we now have to pay for months of dithering in this House. Without these bills today, we and the world risk a future butcher's bill that is incalculable. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is incomprehensible that the Israeli hostages captured on Simchat Torah are still in Hamas's captivity as we approach Passover. I rise to finally provide long overdue aid to our ally Israel as she fights to defend herself against threats on multiple fronts. On October 7th, Hamas launched a massacre that led to the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. Hamas murdered, raped, and captured Israelis, Americans, Jews, Muslims, Christians, and people from dozens of countries. Hamas broke a ceasefire and declared war on humanity. Since that bloody day, Hamas terrorists have promised to carry out the attack again and again. I recently visited Israel for the 3rd time since October 7th. I saw the realities of Hamas's dedication to annihilate Israel. I will never be able to unsee the images at the Nova Festival site where Hamas massacred hundreds of young people. The road leading towards the site is littered with burn marks, where cars with people fleeing for their lives were burned alive on the spot. You walk into the festival site and see hundreds of memorials to the innocent victims who were murdered in cold blood. At Kibbutz Kfar Aza, we saw homes riddled with bullet holes and burned to the ground with people still in them. This is what Israel is up against. This is what Israel must defend against. Maniacal terrorism dedicated to the destruction of not just the state of Israel, but of all Jews. Israel fights not only to destroy Hamas's Iran-backed military capabilities, but to send a clear message to our adversaries who seek to erase the Jewish state: you will not be successful. President Biden, Leader Jeffries, and Democrats have fought for months to send this critical security assistance, as well as life-saving humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people who are also victims of Hamas. A vote against this bill is a vote to deny that aid. I am proud to support this vital effort to help Israel in this existential battle and aid civilians, and I urge my colleagues to join me to free Gaza from Hamas. Am Israel Chai. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Our country is at a most critical juncture. Do we take a step back, watch our allies fall, and allow terror to spread? Or do we stand strong as leader of the free world and stand up for our allies and take on our adversaries? To me, the answer is clear. The legislation we're debating today has the potential to turn the tide in Ukraine, protect our ally Israel, and deter China from attacking Taiwan. There's no question that under the Biden administration, the world has become a tinderbox, conflict erupting across the globe. Our allies are under attack. China, Russia, and Iran are engaged in an unholy alliance, seeking to undermine and destabilize the U.S., Israel, and the free world. We are the leader of the free world. It requires us to lead. We cannot abdicate the responsibilities that come along with it. The time for choosing is here. The time for action is now. I choose to act in defense of freedom, democracy, and America's role in the world. I support aid to our allies. I support holding our adversaries accountable. And I support America being that shining city upon a hill. We cannot give in. Victory at all cost.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge support of this bill, which sends military aid to Israel to defend herself, protects U.S. troops in the Middle East, and provides urgently needed food and medicine to those suffering in places like Gaza, Sudan, and Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, my grandfather, Abe, he fled Europe as the Nazis took over, as they murdered 6 million Jews. Today, almost half of the world's Jewish population, over 7 million people, live in Israel. And with calls from river to the sea, Iran's regime and its proxies have vowed to wipe Israel off the map. Hezbollah fires rockets. Hamas brutally attacks innocent Israelis, raping women, taking hostages. Iran sends a barrage of missiles as it builds its nuclear arsenal. Make no mistake, Iran is not our friend either. Israel's security is our security. And without our attention and resources, the Middle East is at risk. The funding in this bill will save lives. Missile defense for our ally, protecting our troops in the Middle East, and humanitarian aid for the heartbreaking need around the world. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8034, the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024. This bill will ensure that Israel has the means to defeat its enemies and defend its people. This legislation also sends a signal to Iran and its proxies that the United States stands with its allies and partners in the Middle East and will remain a strong presence in the region. I also urge support for the Ukraine Security Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024. Ukraine is fighting for its life every day against Vladimir Putin. Make no mistake, Putin is seeking to extend his control over Central and Eastern Europe, including nations who are now NATO allies. He does not recognize national sovereignty or borders. Putin is deepening his ties with Iran. These bills are not only for the security and preservation of Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, but also for continued American leadership on the world stage. We must stand together with our allies and partners and against authoritarianism. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, a member of the Appropriations Committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the October 7th Hamas attack, Netanyahu has responded with a widespread bombing campaign in Gaza. Just yesterday, 9 Palestinians were killed in a strike near Rafah, 6 being children. This is anything but going after Hamas. This is a collective punishment of all Palestinians in Gaza. Netanyahu doesn't support the United States' position of a two-state solution for peace. He doesn't respect our urges not to invade Rafah. He disputes what the U.S. and aid groups have said about famine taking over in Gaza, and he launched an attack on Iran after the White House told him not to. If he's not listening to us on matters of international security, how can he be trusted with more offensive weapons? Enough is enough. I support the people of Israel who don't want bombs raining on them from extremists in Gaza, and the hostages must be released. And I also support the Palestinians who deserve human rights and dignity. 35,000 people have been killed and thousands more will die from starvation and disease. We are better than that. So is Israel. I'm not sure Netanyahu is, and that's why I can't vote to provide him with more unconditional offensive weapons today, and I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Chris Smith.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the United States must make absolutely clear in both word and deed, not just today, but every day, and without equivocation, that we stand with Israel. Both defensive weapon systems like Iron Dome and David's Sling and all necessary offensive military capabilities must be conveyed without delay to Israel for as long as it takes to defeat Hamas and to deter Iran, Hezbollah, and other radical Islamists. Of significance, H.R. 8034 prohibits aid to Gaza from flowing through UNRWA, an anti-Semitic, disgraceful organization that teaches Palestinian children to hate Jews, glorifies suicidal martyrdom, and the evisceration of Israel as a state. UNRWA is a child soldiers' factory that we have funded for decades. 21 years ago, on this floor, 2003, I offered an amendment that passed the House to defund UNRWA. Senate never acted. A few weeks ago, the Foreign Affairs Committee passed my bill to stop UNRWA funding. This bill, and I thank my friends for bringing it to the floor, defunds UNRWA. Israel has an absolute right to exist, free from aggression and anti-Semitic hate. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to focus on the 40% of this bill that gets little or no attention. It provides $9.1 billion in humanitarian aid, and that aid is unearmarked. So at a hearing last week, I got the administration to go on record as to where that money will be spent. It will be spent in Haiti, where 80% of the capital is in the hands of gangs and hundreds of thousands have been forced to flee. It will be spent in Sudan, where 18 million people face acute food insecurity due to civil war. It'll be spent in Ethiopia, where we've seen the highest casualty war of this decade. 500,000 Tigrayans have died, and now millions face famine. It will be spent in eastern Congo, where 7 million people have been displaced by war. It'll be spent on the 1.1 million Rohingya in camps who are there due to ethnic cleansing by Myanmar, and where rations have recently been cut by 30% due to lack of funding. It'll be spent in Armenia, where 120,000 refugees are there because of Azerbaijan's ethnic cleansing. It will be spent to meet the critical needs in Gaza. This bill will save hundreds of thousands, I believe millions of lives. Vote yes, and I want to commend President Biden for putting this whole package together back in October. It is
Gentleman's time has
to pass
expired.
it now.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, several months ago, myself and a bipartisan group of my colleagues introduced a bill, the Defending Borders, Defending Democracies Act. And that is exactly what we will be voting on today. First, defending our border from cartels. There are 200 kids a day dying in this country from fentanyl that we can trace directly back to that southern border. That's the equivalent of a Boeing 747 aircraft crashing every single day and nobody caring about it. We have to fix our southern border. Second, we're also going to defend the borders of our democratic allies, Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine. Taiwan and Ukraine being invaded by communist dictators and Israel being invaded by terrorists. I would hope that we could all agree on those two concepts in this chamber. We have to defend borders and defend democracies. You can't pick and choose which one of those you're going to support. That is hypocritical and intellectually inconsistent. Defend our border and the borders of Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. All of the above. I'm proudly going to vote for all three. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8034, the long overdue aid to our democratic ally Israel. Israel is fighting an existential battle against Iran and its proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah. I have seen with my own eyes the gruesome devastation wrought by Hamas's October 7th terrorist attack, and I worry every day about the hostages who are still being held by Hamas. Last Saturday, Iran unleashed an unprecedented attack on Israel with 300 drones and missiles. If only one ballistic missile had hit its target, there would have been devastating loss of life, loss of Jews, Muslims, and Christians. I ask my colleagues to remember a no vote would deny much-needed humanitarian aid and much-needed funding for the nonprofit security grant program to help high-risk religious institutions in our country. The world is watching to see if we will stand with our allies, with Israel and Ukraine, in their time of need. I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're in a war we didn't choose. Dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. We see this with the invasion by Putin. But I'm really grateful to see the bipartisanship here today. Donald Trump established the embassy in Jerusalem. He stood with Israel. He sent Javelin missiles to stop Putin and Ukraine. He put American troops in Poland to stop war criminal Putin. It was Donald Trump that tried to stop Nord Stream 2, which finances the oppression by Putin of the people of Russia, leading to the assassination of Alexei Navalny. I yield back.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We can do no less than to come to this floor today to be the American and the America that we have known around the world to become. And that is freedom-loving, democracy standing for, and watching our men and women go overseas, in many instances, to shed their blood for others, as well as the American people. I cannot stand by while babies die and while mothers lose their babies in their womb. Stand today so that we can make sure that the people in Gaza continuously have the funding that is necessary, that Israel and Ukraine can stand up for others while they're fighting for democracy. It is important to take note that our allies include Taiwan as well. It is important to note as well that the future of America is not yesterday, it is now. Are we going to accept the challenge of being the kind of nation that does not selfishly stand for itself, but fights for others? Let us vote for this funding bill, because the war must end in peace and must end now. End the war now in peace. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has 3.5 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Is everybody prepared to close?
I'd like to ask the gentlelady, we have one more speaker remaining. Does the gentlelady have any speakers?
We have no more speakers.
I'll yield myself what time I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, so I'm going.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve the reserve. The gentlelady want any more time?
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I am prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman is recognized to close.
This bill provides urgently needed humanitarian aid for millions of civilians who have been caught in a crossfire across many theaters, whether it is Ukraine against the Russian aggression, Israel in its war against Iran and its proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis, our Indo-Pacific partners against an adversarial China. Innocent families today are in danger, children are starving, and civilian casualties are mounting in conflict zones all around the world. The humanitarian support in this bill would make sure that we are not leaving these people behind. It is, again, so critically important that the United States demonstrate its support for its allies, and it is leadership when it comes to humanitarian assistance wherever it is needed. And we come here to govern, we come here to take our responsibilities seriously, and I believe that the majority of people here do take responsibilities seriously. Today we have the ability to help to make a difference, and in this piece of legislation, in addition to our support for our ally Israel, we have the moral responsibility to provide humanitarian assistance. The United States cannot stand by and watch people starve to death, be caught in crossfires without our standing up and saying no. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill. It really, the moment, as I said at another meeting this week, the moment has met us. We need to meet that moment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman is recognized.
In closing, this is the day we're going to act. I urge all my colleagues to support these critical national security bills. They provide the resources necessary to bolster our military, reassure our allies and partners, and commit to stand against tyranny. The world is waiting, watching, and wanting America to lead. This is our moment. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1160, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the situation in Israel and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Under Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3602 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3602, a bill to prohibit the intentional hindering of immigration, border, and customs controls and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 199. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended, the bill is not passed. Pursuant to House Resolution 1160 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8038. Will the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8038, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 8038, a bill to authorize the President to impose certain sanctions with respect to Russia and Iran and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part E of House Report 118-466, offered by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business is the request for a recorded Number 2, printed in Part E of House Report 118-466, offered by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part E of House Report number 118-466, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds.
On this vote, the yeas are 249 and the nays are 167. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
And then she's going to read something to you. And then I'll come right here and face that way, and you'll read it to him once he.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 8038, and pursuant to House Resolution 1160, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
Beautiful. Thank you again.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 8038 and pursuant to House Resolution 1160 reports the bill as amended pursuant to that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to House Resolution 1160, the question on adoption of the further amendments will be put en gross. The question is on adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to authorize the President to impose certain sanctions with respect to Russia and Iran and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the Chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for the electronic vote on the question of passage of H.R. 8036. This is a 5-minute vote. 1 minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 360 and the nays are 58. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 8036, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8036, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for assistance for the Indo-Pacific region and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 385 and the noes are 34, with one answering present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 1160 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8035. Will the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8035, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the situation in Ukraine and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-466, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Kamek, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-466, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 1 by Ms. Spartz of Indiana, Amendment Number 2 by Ms. Green of Georgia, Amendment Number 4 by Ms. Kamek of Florida. The Chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-466, offered by the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-466, offered by Ms. Spartz of Indiana.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted, a sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 105, the nays are 319. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business of the request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-466, offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-466, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 71, the nays are 351. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-466, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-466, offered by Mrs. Kamek of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
Members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 154, the nays are 272. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 8035 and pursuant to House Resolution 1160 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the situation in Ukraine and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? The clerk will report the motion.
Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8035 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. It's close. In the opinion of the chair, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Texas.
Request to record a vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of H.R. 8035 and passage of H.R. 8034. This is a 5-minute vote. The question is on the passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
on the floor. The chair has said it. The speakers repeated it. Please put the flags down. Resume the vote.
The House will be in order. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change your vote? The House will be in order. The chair would remind my colleagues to observe proper decorum. Flag waving on the floor is not appropriate. The House will be in order. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise? I said no. The gentlewoman from Florida.
Stand up. Put the damn flag away.
Okay. The gentlewoman is not recognized. Colleagues, no, I'm going to. The House will be in order. All members are reminded to observe decorum. Speakers are reminded to address the chair. And pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 8034, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8034, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the situation in Israel and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The bill, members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 366 and the nays are 58. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 1160, the Senate amendment to H.R. 815 is considered as agreed to with the amendment described in Section 6 of House Resolution 1160. Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 20th, 2024. I hereby designate the period from Saturday, April 20th, 2024 through Sunday, April 28th, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution, S-Con Res 29, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 29, concurrent resolution providing for a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 815.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well done.
Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday, April 23, 2024.
and to strengthen America's defenses, end of quote. For they know that the world is on fire. From Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine to Chairman Xi threatening Taiwan and the Pacific to the Ayatollah rearing his ugly head, invading Israel through his proxies, the eyes of the world are upon us, and history will judge us by what we do here and now. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, who has been under enormous pressure. He has said he wants to be on the right side of history. And with this vote today, He absolutely is. He put the interest of the nation above himself. He is truly a profile in courage. President Reagan taught us that peace is achieved through strength, and that is what this bill is about. It's about providing the deterrence so we don't have another war like my father's generation. And that is why I titled it the 21st Century Peace Through Strength Act. This bill includes my Repo Act that allows the transfer of frozen Russian sovereign assets in the United States so that Putin pays for the war he started. This is not just morally the right thing to do, it's also fiscally responsible thing to do on behalf of the American taxpayer for let Putin pay for it. And that's why President Trump's former economic advisor, Larry Kudlow, supports this provision. This bill also protects Americans, especially our children, from the malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party-controlled TikTok. This app is a spy balloon in Americans' phones. It is a modern-day Trojan horse of the CCP used to surveil and exploit America's personal information. This bill also includes the most comprehensive sanctions against Iran that Congress has ever passed, including sanctions on exports of Iranian energy. China has bought $80 billion worth of energy from Iran, money, Madam Chair, that Iran is using to fund terror operations like the ones that we saw last weekend. This bill also imposes sanctions on anyone involved in Iran's drone and missile program. Think about this, Madam Chair. Iran makes the drones and the missiles that are bought by Russia to kill Ukrainians. And as we saw last Saturday, Iran is also manufacturing these drones with Russia's support to kill Israelis. This must be stopped. As Reagan said, quote, "When it comes to keeping America strong, when it comes to keeping America great, when it comes to keeping America at peace, then none of us can afford to be simply a Democrat or a Republican. We must all stand united as Americans. And once again today, we need to speak with one voice as one nation, especially when addressing our adversaries. For Putin is watching us. Chairman Xi is watching us. And the Ayatollah is watching us. Now is the time to act. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is indeed a historic moment. And sometimes when you are living history, as we are today, you don't understand the significance of the actions, of the votes that we make on this House floor, of the effect that it will have down the road for children yet unborn. This is a historic moment. Yesterday, one of the rarest things that have ever happened on this floor took place. Generally, in this body, it takes the majority party to pass its rule, and the minority party never votes for it. But this moment is so big that House Democrats said, we're not playing politics with this. This is too important for our nation's security. This is too important for our allies' security. This is too important for the free world's security. So we did something that we've never done before. We voted in a bipartisan way to pass the rule to get these bills on the floor. Quite naturally, I would have loved to have done this 2, 3, 4 months ago. But this is a historic moment. A historic moment. Ukraine is now on the brink. The humanitarian catastrophes in Gaza, in Sudan, in Haiti, and elsewhere require immediate aid. Israel faced an unprecedented direct attack from Iran less than a week ago. And we need to rebuild our industrial base and support a free and open Indo-Pacific. We stand here today, finally, doing the people's work, doing, as I said just a few minutes ago, what we should have done months ago, supporting our friends, supporting our allies around the world, and quieting the doubts about whether America is a reliable partner or not, whether the United States will continue leading on the world stage or not. And I'm so proud of President Biden because he has displayed that leadership time and time again. Now, today, we have a number of bills that we need to pass for our national security. On repo, pertaining to the seizure of Russian sovereign assets, there is no doubt that Russia should pay for its crimes against humanity in Ukraine, as Vice President Harris has termed it. This bill importantly irons out legal questions that make sure that the United States does not act alone, but rather in coordination with our G7 and other partners, as we've seen President Biden pull them together immediately. Coordinating with our allies on this issue is important, not just for our standing as a paragon of the rule of law, but for our long-term economic interests. And there is an array of Middle East sanction bills included in this package, including several we voted on this week. Importantly, the majority agreed to add humanitarian exception in 3 of those bills. I had been requesting that for a while. Fortunately and thankfully, we've got it in now. And I hope that going forward, including these exceptions, are a matter of course, rather something added via last-second negotiation. But I do thank my friend Chairman McCall for the good faith negotiations on the Middle East section of this legislation. The Foreign Affairs Committee sanctions section is not perfect, but it does provide important humanitarian exceptions and waivers throughout the bill. And given the focus on the repo bill the last few days, so I'd like to highlight that a key authority in the bill is permissive. I do not think that a sanction should be the opening salvo of diplomacy. Many may have heard me talking about how I believe in diplomacy so strongly. But sanctions are an important instrument of economic statecraft that can, on occasion, deter bad actors, curb human rights abuses, promote diplomatic outcomes. But I believe we lose our moral credibility if American sanctions are seen as causing the indiscriminate deprivation, and we lose our policy flexibility if we tie the executive branch's hands instead of giving it useful tools. Yet, it's important that would-be invaders and dictators around the world see they will face real consequences if they undermine the international order. This legislation also contains several bills in the financial services and energy and commerce lanes. Important changes were made to these bills. You know, I had voted against H.R. 7521 on the floor out of concern that it would be a broad authorization that could be misused far beyond what we in Washington are currently debating, beyond just tic-tac. However, I think the bill took a step in the right direction with a more realistic time frame for a complex divestiture process. Let me say for the record that I believe this bill is about one company that additional authorities provided to the executive branch are to be interpreted narrowly. Let me also take a moment to speak to those who oppose this legislation and say we can't support Ukraine in its fight against Russia's invasion, because, to use their words, we are facing an invasion here at home. That's an absurd comparison. Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine because he wanted to topple the democratically elected government of Ukraine and reconstitute the Soviet Union. He launched his unprovoked war of aggression with a willingness to kill millions of Ukrainians, not to mention his own forces. By contrast, people come to our border because of the tumult in their home countries or in search of a better life for themselves and their children. They do so because this is the greatest nation, the greatest country in the history of this planet. With all of our ills, with all of our faults, with all that we need to do, we come together. There is no question. The example that we show by the people and the citizens of this great country, it is the greatest nation on this planet. So, again today, once again, this House floor, where we are right now, we are proving that fact by overcoming, proving that this is the greatest country in the world, proving that we are the leaders of the free world. And we're doing this by overcoming our partisan divides, by showing that we will work together and stand together, Democrats and Republicans, for the right thing and for our country. So we are passing a historic bill, a bill that our children and grandchildren and children will be reading and looking at in the years to come, that promotes not just U.S. national security, but the security of democracy and authoritarianism, over authoritarianism, law over lawlessness, prosperity over chaos or famine. My friends, the camera of history is rolling. And when they play it back, they will see we stood together. When they play it back, they will see that we stood for freedom, justice, and equality. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserved. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman from Arkansas has 1 minute.
Madam Chair, once again, dear friends, into the breach. We stand in the breach again for freedom. We stand in this historic chamber with Washington on one side and Lafayette on the other. In 2 years, we'll celebrate the 250th anniversary of this country, this freedom, this democracy, which would not have happened without money from the Netherlands, money from France, guns from France, a navy from France. Allies stood at the side of the birth of this nation. The birth of freedom was born here. So today we come to this House floor to see that freedom is fought for here in this House. Last week, the Prime Minister of Japan, Kishida, stood on this floor and called this nation the indispensable nation. Not to do it alone, not to stand in the breach alone, but to lead. And today, the United States will once again step up and lead. Today, we will send the world the message. We stand with those who stand for freedom, and we hold to account those who are against freedom. This bill supports our allies. This bill condemns our rivals and our enemies. Vote for this bill. I yield back the balance of my time. And Madam Chair, I'd like to submit the balance of my record.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia and a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Jerry Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for
Thank
2
you,
minutes.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and I thank Mr. McCall for their leadership. Today, With the vote on Ukraine security aid, we rededicate ourselves to who we are. We meet today under the white dome above us, a universal symbol of freedom and freedom-loving people everywhere. And today, we cannot disappoint those who seek what we have, freedom, the freedom to self-determine, the freedom to decide their sovereignty and their alliances and their form of government. America has always stood for that. Will we retreat from that today? And do we understand the choices in front of us? They're clear. Some say, well, we have to deal with our border first. The Ukrainian-Russian border is our border. It's the border between depraved autocracy and freedom-loving people seeking our democratic way of life. Do we have a stake in that outcome? Yes. Undeniably yes. Will we rise to the occasion? Will we stand shoulder to shoulder with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters who for 1,151 days have been holding off the depraved, thuggish dictator Vladimir Putin, who has respected no norms of warfare? He's targeted children in hospitals and schools. He's bombed apartment blocks, killing thousands. He has an advantage right now because of our dithering of 10-1 in terms of artillery shells. And yet our brave Ukrainian brothers and sisters continue to fight. We must meet this test today. We must stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Europe Subcommittee, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my good friend, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, for yielding me time and for his steadfast leadership. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8038, the 21st Century Peace Through Strength Act. As someone who grew up during the Cold War, I recall when President Reagan quoted and displayed the philosophy of peace through strength. Europe is facing the largest war on the continent since World War II. The Middle East is volatile, and every day the CCP prepares itself for its ultimate goal of invading Taiwan. In the fields of Ukraine, every day in which aid is delayed means more territory for Putin and further emboldens Xi and the Ayatollah in Iran. This is not the time for the United States to back down. In order to preserve peace in the world, we must seize the moment and project strength. I urge passage of this bill and the entire foreign aid package. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas and the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Representative Joaquin Castro.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 8038 and today's vote to fund Benjamin Netanyahu's war in Gaza. All of us have seen the tragedy of Gaza. We have seen how Prime Minister Netanyahu's government has used American weapons to kill indiscriminately, to force famine. Over 25,000 women and children dead, tens of thousands of missiles and bombs levied on innocent civilians. We cannot escape what we see before us every day. That is the blessing of today's technology. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of it. And when we see it, we have to decide what we're going to do about it. Are we going to participate in that carnage or not? I choose not to. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been reckless. His actions have not led to the release of the remaining hostages. He's ignored the pleas of the families of hostages. He's ignored the pleas of the President of the United States. He's ignored his own people. He's engaged in self-preservation. We should not be sending offensive weapons to Israel right now. And I hope that this body will not. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Lawler.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, I rise in support of the 21st Century Peace Through Strength Act. This bill reverses the Biden administration's relaxed stance towards Iran and China and starts to hold these bad actors accountable. Two of my bills, the SHIP Act and the Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act, are included in this package. Both of these bills target the illicit oil trade between Iran and China. One of my bills imposes sanctions on foreign ports and refineries that process Iranian oil, many of which are located in China. My other bill imposes sanctions on Chinese financial institutions that process transactions involving Iranian oil, as well as anyone involved in Iran's missile and drone program. Iran is exporting millions of barrels of petroleum every day. 80% of these exports go to China. Iran has taken in over $88 billion from their illicit oil trade since President Biden took office, and they must not earn a cent more. To be clear, these illicit funds are used to fund Iran's regime of terror, including backing Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and other terrorist groups, as well as their direct assault on Israel last weekend.
I yield an additional 15 seconds.
Now is the time for America to lead, to support our allies, to combat our adversaries, and to continue our role as leader of the free world. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York.
How much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman from New York has 1.5 minutes remaining.
I yield the gentleman 1 minute.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8038. National security experts are sounding the alarm, warning that our foreign adversaries are using every tool at their disposal, including apps like TikTok, to amass troves of sensitive data on all Americans. This bill takes decisive action to mitigate our foreign adversaries' ability to collect Americans' data and use it against us. First, it creates a framework intended to force divestment of TikTok from its Chinese Communist Party-controlled parent company, ByteDance. Second, this bill includes my bipartisan Protecting Americans' Data from Foreign Adversaries Act, and this bill prohibits data brokers from selling Americans' sensitive personal information to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, as well as to entities controlled by those countries. I want to thank my partner in this effort, Chair Rogers, for her tireless work to advance these important provisions. And Madam Speaker, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
From New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I have no more further speakers. If the gentleman has none, I will reserve until the gentleman yields back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member on the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and China and the Chinese Communist Party, Representative Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and specifically on the TikTok divestment bill. I want to say a special thank you to Greg Meeks, Mike McCall, Mike Gallagher, Frank Pallone, Kathy McMorris Rogers, and Chair Cantwell in the Senate for working on this bill. First of all, this bill is not a ban. It's about a divestment. And it's not really about TikTok. It's about ByteDance, the company that owns TikTok and is indisputably controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP's secretary of the cell embedded in the company is the editor-in-chief of ByteDance, and that's why we're so concerned about the particular app. I just want to say, since the bill passed with 352 votes previously, we increased the divestment period, which is the least restrictive way to deal with the CCP threat, from 6 months to upwards of a year. I strongly urge support of this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired. The time of the gentleman from New York has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair, in the late 1930s, Winston Churchill described what he saw as a gathering storm. The forces of Hitler and the axis of evil threatening freedom and democracy. I recall when Mr. Meeks and I were on the border between Poland and Ukraine, watching thousands of mothers and their children fleeing in fear, fleeing their own country after the invasion. And the Poles told us this is just like 1939 when Hitler invaded Poland. Today, we are at a similar inflection point in history. The fall of Afghanistan sent a powerfully dangerous message to our adversaries that America was weak. Almost immediately after the Russian Federation began moving towards Ukraine. And once Chairman Xi met with Putin at the Olympics and cemented their unholy alliance, they invaded. Chairman Xi has become more aggressive in the Pacific. And mark my words, Xi is watching what happens in Ukraine to determine whether he invades Taiwan and the Pacific. And then the Ayatollah raised his ugly head in the Middle East. And last Saturday, the world watched as Iran, for the first time in history, invaded Israel, sending 300 missiles and drones to kill innocent Israelis. These dictators, including North Korea, are all tied together. They are all tied together. We cannot separate them. We don't pick and choose our enemies. They choose us. My father served as a bombardier in World War II. He was part of the greatest generation. I recently took my son to my father's air base in England, where he was stationed. And while there, we visited the church where my father prayed, not knowing if he would live or die. I took my son to the National Cemetery for the U.S. Airmen home. And I pointed to the 4,000 crosses and said, son, those are the ones who did not make it home. And in the chapel there is inscribed on the ceiling, quote, in honor of the airmen who on their last flight met the face of God. Met the face of God. It was a moving experience, father and son, teaching my son, like my father taught me, about the importance of patriotism and the cost of freedom. It was also a reminder of the dangers that we face today. For today, like then, it could have been prevented. Deterrence is the key. As Churchill wrote in his book, The Gathering Storm, quote, one day, President Roosevelt told me that he was asking publicly for suggestions about what the war should be called. I said, Churchill said, at once, the unnecessary war. Think about that. The unnecessary war. He said, there never was a war more easy to stop than that which has just wrecked what was left of the world from the previous struggle. I often think about the blood and treasure that could have been saved from my father's generation had we simply stopped Hitler earlier. And now we are faced with a similar opportunity. As Reagan told us, quote, we know only too well the conflict comes not when the forces of freedom are strong, but when they are weak. He was right. Our adversaries are working together to undermine our Western values and demean our democracy. We cannot be afraid at this moment in time. We cannot be afraid of our shadows. We must be strong. We have to do what's right. Evil is on the march. History is calling, and now is the time to act. For the world is watching. Our adversaries are watching us here today, and history will judge us all by our actions here today and now. So as we deliberate on this vote, you have to ask yourself the question, am I Chamberlain or am I Churchill? And with that, I yield back.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part D of the House Report 118-466 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part E of House Report 118-466. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part E of House Report 118-466. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part E of House Report number 118-466, offered by Mr. Jimenez of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1160, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Madam Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Be it through technology transfers or monetary investments, we must stop funding our own destruction through tacit support of the PLA's technological advancement. This amendment requires that the annual China Military Power Report to provide an assessment of the PRC's developments in critical and emerging technologies relevant to any advancement of the PLA capabilities, any involvement in the CCP's civil military fusion program, or any involvement in the development of the CCP's state surveillance initiatives. This amendment also calls on the Department of Defense, the Department of State, and other agency partners to list all Chinese companies involved in the development of this critical technology and determine if any U.S. technology components are used by these companies or if any U.S. capital is invested in these companies. This is critical information to have. American dollars and ingenuity should not be building the CCP's techno-totalitarian surveillance state and should not be funding its gross human rights abuses. We must recognize the risk of support for entities involved in Xi's civil military fusion program and understand why any technological development made in China on the civil side instantly goes to support military advancements. Right now, Americans, usually unwittingly, are funding the People's Liberation Army, paying for things like aircraft carriers, fighter jets, artillery shells, and facilitating a mass surveillance and oppression of the Chinese people. I think the bottom line, from my perspective, is that the CCP is an adversary, and you don't defeat an adversary or deter an adversary by shoveling billions of dollars into their military and technology programs. Every time we allow this to happen, we are closing the capability gap between our military and the PLA, giving the upper hand to our greatest adversary, the only country with the intent and capability to reshape the international order, and that's China. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves the balance of his time. Does anyone wish to speak in opposition to the amendment? The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I would like now to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member of the Select Committee on the CCP, Mr.
The gentleman from Illinois. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Close enough, Carlos. Thank you. I rise in strong support of this amendment, which requires the China Military Power Report, which the Department of Defense puts out each year, to include a new section on the PRC's development of critical and emerging technologies. Through its military-civil fusion strategy, the CCP has effectively combined its civilian and military sectors, meaning that American investment into China often finds its way into the hands of the People's Liberation Army. We simply cannot allow this to happen. By tracking the PRC's development of critical technologies, as well as any American support for these efforts, this amendment will help prevent the power of American innovation and financing from fueling the continued growth of China's military power. I urge strong support and yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized. You have 1 minute remaining.
Madam Chairman, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall.
I thank the gentleman for his amendment. I support this amendment. I believe it will greatly enhance the Department of Defense's China military report by increasing our understanding of critical and emerging technology sectors, which is the central feature of the great power competition that we have with China. And I thank the gentleman for bringing this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in closing, the PRC is the only competitor with the intent, the will, and the capability to reshape the international order. We must stop fueling our own demise. With that, I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in Part E of House Report 118-466. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part E of House Report number 118-466, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1160, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Iran is the largest sponsor of state terrorism. Their tactics of terror know no bounds, and they will stop at nothing to destroy our strongest allies in the Middle East. Indeed, a week ago today, we saw them unleash a barrage of weapons intended to kill thousands. Christians, Jews, Muslims. No discretion in between, but for a 99% repulse rate by Israel, America, and our allies, we stood firm. This isn't the kinetic world. As an Air Force officer, we have done this many times, but we must also combat terrorism at its source, its funding. As a counterintelligence officer, I know the enemy must be fought on the battlefield, but behind the scenes, we must also commit to crippling them with their lack of ability to gain financial services that they then supply the funding for Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi rebels, and the IRGC. My amendment will require the U.S. government to diligently review all of Iranian assets above $5 million to accurately understand where their funding is coming from, where it is going, and who is benefiting from it. Right now, Congress lacks critical information surrounding U.S. Treasury's non-enforcement of current sanctions that have allowed more than $80 billion in illicit oil sales alone to come into the country. And this amendment requires transparency, so Congress and the American people never have to hear about billions potentially being transferred to Iran through the press and not through this administration. This amendment also gives Congress knowledge that we require to effectively ensure oversight and draft targeted legislation to ensure the Iranian regime doesn't have access to the funds necessary for it to finance terror. Finally, this amendment holds Iran accountable for their direct funding of terrorism, ensuring that Iran does not have access to the financial assets to enable their reign of terror throughout the Middle East and to those right here in the United States. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Congress must be aware of Treasury Department's relaxation and non-enforcement of current sanctions on Iran today, and this amendment should be implemented immediately. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Iowa reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The Treasury Department opposes this amendment because they believe the reporting time is so short and the requirements are so onerous. They believe it's so onerous that they will have to pull people away from doing the important work on finding illicit actors that should be sanctioned and make them work on this report. There is also concerns about business confidentiality here, and I'm guessing if there were more time, we could make changes in this bill. We could work together to make it more workable and strike a deal here. But given that this is up or down vote on the floor for an amendment now, I must oppose. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Back. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the gentleman's comments. I would state the Constitution establishes Congress as a co-equal branch. Time delays alone cannot be the reason to not move forward immediately. And with that, I would yield my time for 30 seconds to the Chairman, Mike McCall from Texas, for his great work in defending Israel and supporting a sanctioned regime in Iran.
I thank the gentleman from Iowa for his...
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the gentleman from Iowa for this amendment, and I support this amendment. It enhances congressional oversight, as you talked about under Article 1. We have a responsibility over restricted Iranian assets and accounts, including those in Qatar and Iraq. For too long, this administration has not been transparent with the Congress and the American people about sanctions and the like, and reporting that to Congress. So I think this is a good step forward, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York, the gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from the great state of Arkansas, Mr. French Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 30
Thank you, Madam
seconds.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nunn. Thank you, Chairman McCall. I stand in support of this amendment. We have to counter Iran's illicit use of funds any way we can to stop their reign of terror and their attack on our ally Israel. Key to that is stopping their evasion of sanctions. These funds go directly to attacking our friends and partners, and Iran uses new and creative ways to do that. This amendment from Congressman Nunn ensures that we're stopping funds at the source by instructing the Treasury to examine the source and benefactor of all Iranian assets over $5 million. I stand in support, and I stand in support of the underlying bill. I yield back.
Back. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize the gentleman from the great state of New York, Mike Lawler, for 30 seconds.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I rise in support of this amendment, and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of Representative Nunn's legislation, the Revoke Iranian Funding Act, that this came out of. In the wake of the appalling terrorist attack against Israel, it's clear that we must work to confront Iran and its surrogates in the region with a strong sanctions regime. Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, spending its money on terror, on developing nuclear capabilities, on taking hostages to use for bargaining purposes, and on funding the criminal IRGC. Among other provisions, this common sense measure would provide transparency on which sanctions authorities the President is failing to exercise and where we can continue to cut off Iran's funding. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize my colleague and Wing Commander, Mr. Don Bacon from Nebraska, for 30 seconds.
The gentleman's recognized.
I stand in support of this amendment. We have to be clear-eyed. Iran is our adversary. They've killed 609 Americans in Iraq. They've fueled and energized or armed Hamas that conducted the attacks on 7 October. They armed the Hezbollah. They armed the Houthis. We should go after all of their assets. We should choke every dollar that we can, because every dollar they have fuels terrorism. I stand in support of Zach Nunn's amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we stand at a crossroads on a precipice. The result is the effect of an Iranian regime that is directly threatening not just our allies in the Middle East, but has access to funds that directly threaten us. And so while I respect my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I would ask that they come forward at this important juncture to make sure that these funds are restricted from the use of terrorism that flows directly to harm those American soldiers who lost their lives just months ago, fellow veterans and combat in arms. I thank the 9/11 families, the Foundation for Defense Funds, and all of those who have come forward to support this very important measure. With that, Madam Chairwoman, I reserve.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Ask for a roll call vote.
The gentleman from New York asked the pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa will be postponed.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted accordingly. The committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8038, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8038 and has come to no resolution thereon. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1160, I call up Bill H.R. 8036, the Indo-Pacific Security Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8036, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for assistance for the Indo-Pacific region and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1160, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer H.R. 8036, the Indo-Pacific Security Supplemental Act of 2024. The bill provides $8.12 billion in emergency supplemental appropriations to continue efforts to counter Communist China and ensure a strong deterrence in the region. It includes $3.3 billion to develop submarine infrastructure, $2 billion for the Foreign Military Financing Program for Taiwan and other key partners in the regions, $1.9 billion to replenish defense articles and defense services provided to Taiwan and regional partners, $542 million to strengthen U.S. military capabilities in the region, and $133 million to enhance the production and development of artillery and critical minerals. Today's bill should not be viewed in isolation. It's part of a series of 3 security supplemental bills and a related national security measure, all of which are being considered as part of a comprehensive security funding package. This measure and the other 2 supplemental bills will provide needed military assistance to Israel and Ukraine during their time of crisis. Will provide support for Taiwan as it confronts aggression from the Chinese Communist Party, and will provide support for the U.S. military forces operating in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, including the critical replenishment of American stocks of ammunition. America's greatest writer, Mark Twain, is reputed to have said that history does not repeat itself, but it does sometimes rhyme. Tragically, the past 2 years have produced echoes of a dark time in world history, the 1930s. In the 1930s, evil regimes bent on aggression, domination, and even genocide took their first steps down a dark road that would eventually lead to World War. Tragically, the democratic West turned inward then, standing idly by while fascist regimes began to take aggressive actions against their weaker neighbors. There was time then to put a stop to aggression, if only we had had the fortitude and the wherewithal to stand firmly on the side of freedom. Today we're seeing uncomfortable parallels to that dark time. In Europe, Vladimir Putin launched an unjust and illegal invasion of his democratic neighbor, Ukraine. In Asia and the Pacific, the Chinese Communist Party encroaches on its neighbors and openly threatens the continued self-determination of Taiwan, a nation which continues to show the world what a free and democratic China could look like. And in the Middle East, Israel faces attacks on multiple fronts, beginning with the horrible terror attack launched by Hamas on October 7th, and continuing with an unprecedented direct aerial assault launched by the Iranian regime over the weekend. These events do not take place in a vacuum, Madam Speaker. They take place in regions around the world critical to American national security. They threaten our friends and partners around the globe and threaten the continued safety of democracy. The security of our fellow democratic states is our security, and protecting their security is undoubtedly in America's national interest. Some of the greatest American leaders of the 20th century recognized this fundamental reality. I think of Franklin Roosevelt calling on America to become the great arsenal of democracy to defeat Nazi Germany. And I think of Ronald Reagan reminding us that the preservation of a peaceful, free, and democratic Europe is essential to the preservation of a peaceful, free, and democratic United States. Madam Speaker, peace through strength cannot be delivered through appeasement. We cannot wish our way to national security, and we cannot thrust our heads into the sand while aggressive nations threaten their neighbors. Today's measure is not only about safeguarding the ideals of democracy and peace, but it's also central to our own national security. The actions we take today will be seen and heard around the world. Vladimir Putin is watching. Xi Jinping is watching. The Iranian mullahs are watching. What will we show them? Will we show them that our commitment to security does not stop at the water's edge? Will we show them that we know that the security of our friends and our partners around the globe is our security? Or will we fail to take action, and in doing so, give these powers the same gift we gave to the fascist powers in the 1930s? I know which I would choose. I know what I would show our adversaries, these tyrants and dictators, that just as in Ronald Reagan's time, the United States stands committed to the common defense, that our commitment to our friends and partners stands both now and into the future. I urge all members to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Indo-Pacific Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, which will provide our allies in the Indo-Pacific region with the support they need to counter China's aggressive and adversarial posture. The post-World War order, U.S. leadership, and our historic and strong allyship with Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and the Philippines have created enduring peace and prosperity for much of the region. Retreating from Asia under the guise of putting, quote, America first would be a colossal mistake and would yield the fate of democracy and freedom in the Western Pacific to the whims of an autocratic communist government of the People's Republic of China. China is expanding its military capabilities at a rapid pace and is using its influence to suppress dissenters. We have already seen rollbacks of once ironclad rights and freedoms in places like Hong Kong. This bill provides $3.9 billion to support Taiwan and other allies and to replenish our own equipment stocks, as well as $3.3 billion for the AUKUS Trilateral Security Partnership. The world is watching and waiting to see if the America that they know is ready to stand for freedom and democracy and against tyranny. It is up to us to show them that America, their trusted ally, is right here and that we have their back. We must demonstrate that our word can be counted on. Xi is watching. Our friends in Taiwan, Japan, Korea, and the Philippines are watching. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield to the gentleman from Arkansas, the chairman of the Subcommittee for Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Womack, for 4 minutes.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, preserving the safety, security, and prosperity of our nation is arguably our most important duty. There's a new axis of evil on the rise around the world, and just like the terrible original, this group is bound together by their desire to subjugate their people and destroy freedom and democracy all around the world. They want to end American leadership and prosperity. The second half of the 20th century was the most prosperous in our nation, and that prosperity was underpinned by relative peace. Increasing our strength and the strength of our allies is the only avenue to peace, and this package does just that. I want to thank Speaker Mike Johnson for his courage and his leadership, and my good friends Chairman Cole, Chairman Calvert, and Chairman Diaz-Balart for putting this package together and putting it on the floor. Madam Speaker, I was in the Army National Guard for over 30 years, and a significant part of that time was spent training to fight and win against the Red Army in the Fulda Gap. Well, there's a new Red Army today, and they're inching closer to Central Europe. But this time we have a democratic country in Eastern Europe in their way. All they need are weapons and training. And that's among the bills in the package that we provide today that this body will vote on. Without this package, Putin will continue his march of death and destruction. Without this package, our own Army will have to cancel combat training center rotations, the training events that keep our forces the greatest in the free world. And during those 30 years, I was deployed with my battalion to the Sinai in Egypt, and standing on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing, I saw firsthand the death and destruction of Hamas. I also saw our greatest ally in the region, Israel, defending itself. This package today provides Israel the tools it needs to destroy terrorists, killing and capturing and raping its citizens. Our friends need our help. And without this package, our Navy will be without critical air defense munitions required to protect our sailors. These air defense assets enable the control of our seas. Another dictator is marshaling his resources and planning to upend the free and open Indo-Pacific region that has contributed so much to American prosperity. This package makes important investments in our defense capabilities to deter this aggression. Without it, we will produce fewer submarines, we will produce fewer anti-ship missiles, and underfund the requirements of our commanders in the region. And Madam Speaker, Arkansans are at the forefront of producing the critical munitions, from Tomahawk missiles to Standard missiles to Naval Strike missiles, all funded in this package. Yes, Arkansas, like many other states, is the forge of the arsenal of democracy. So today's vote seems pretty simple to me. We're choosing between strength and weakness, between freedom and repression, and between prosperity and decline. So I ask my fellow members to look past the end of your nose, understand the context and gravity of the situation we face and that our partners and allies face, and support this package today. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member of the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the CCP, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8036. A recent survey showed that a majority of Americans believe there's a 50-50 chance or greater of war between the United States and China. It's one of their greatest fears. That same survey showed that 80% of Americans want us to do everything in our power to prevent war with China. This particular bill, H.R. 8036, is critical in preventing war with China by increasing deterrence against their aggression, through foreign military financing of our partners, through upgrading the industrial submarine base, and by replenishing our defense stocks. I strongly urge support of H.R. 8036. We cannot wane in the defense of democracy.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Connecticut reserved. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to my good friend, the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. President Ronald Reagan said, "We cannot play innocence abroad in a world that is not innocent, nor can we be passive when freedom is under siege." The free world is under attack as Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, the Ayatollahs, and Kim Jong-un are teaming up to destroy any glimpse of freedom and democracy in their path. Deterrence is not divisible, and history has shown that when the free world wavers, adversaries see a green light. Taiwan Foreign Minister Joseph Wu said recently that the United States failing to support Ukraine would embolden Xi Jinping and support Beijing's propaganda that the United States is not a reliable partner. We want our allies and partners to turn to the United States, not to the Chinese Communist Party, who wants to replace the American dream with this authoritarian vision in a quest to become the world's superpower, top economic and military power by 2027. If Xi Jinping is successful in his ambitions to take Taiwan, it will directly hurt our economy, our national security, and our leadership globally. And we know he won't stop there. That's why we need to give Taiwan the weapons that it has paid for to defend itself and support other partners in the region. And this bill reaffirms our support by increasing foreign military financing and revamping our submarine industrial base as we implement Pillar 1 of the AUKUS agreement, which allows for the sale of nuclear-powered submarines to Australia and the United Kingdom. For America to continue to shine as a beacon of hope and freedom, we need our allies and partners to trust us and our adversaries to respect us. This is about freedom versus authoritarianism. This is about maintaining a world order that is safe for future generations. History will judge this institution and our country based on how we vote today. The world is watching us, and we need to deliver. So I urge my colleagues to meet this critical moment and pass H.R. 8036, Indo-Pacific Security Supplemental Act. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, a member of the Armed Services Committee and ranking member on the Sea Power and Projections Subcommittee. Mr. Courtney.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Indo-Pacific Security Supplemental Act. This bill makes critical investments to integrated deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. It fulfills the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command's unfunded priorities and uplifts the U.S. submarine industrial base in support of the trilateral AUKUS security agreement. Its $3.3 billion investment in submarines will both expand production capacity of the Virginia and Columbia class programs and provide Navy with resources to get more attack submarines out of maintenance delays and into the fleet. This supplemental was crafted last fall in tandem with House-Senate passage of AUKUS authorities. It will turbocharge AUKUS with real capital and match the Australian government's commitment to invest $3 billion into the U.S. industrial base. This supplemental, along with continued procurement of 2 Virginia subs per year, will ensure that our Navy has sufficient inventory to sell 3 subs to Australia in the early 2030s, as the agreement calls for. I want to salute Mr. Cole and Ms. DeLauro for their steadfast leadership bringing this measure to the floor so that our nation will renew its role that Franklin Roosevelt described as the arsenal of democracy. I urge passage and yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The visionary Ben Shapiro, editor emeritus of the Daily Wire and host of the top conservative podcast in America, wrote, "Why Mike Johnson is correct" on Thursday. His defense of Mike Johnson has been reinforced by Mark Levin and General Jack Keane. In supporting the people of Taiwan is crucial to be a deterrence to the Chinese Communist Party invading and saving hundreds of thousands of lives. As the son of a flying tiger in World War II, who served in Kunming, Chengdu, and Xi'an, I grew up with appreciation of the people of Chinese heritage. America will stand with the people of Taiwan, with South Korea, Japan, Israel, and Ukraine. We're the greatest nation on earth, and we have to act like this. This is a basic Reagan republicanism. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are as imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI. I yield back.
The gentleman from South Carolina yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Lara. Speaker Johnson said he was a wartime speaker, and he was a child of the 80s influenced by Reagan, who went to the Berlin Wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, take down this wall." I'm a child of the 60s and John Kennedy, and I heard him say in his inaugural address, "Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty." Mr. Reagan and Mr. Kennedy each expressed what is the will and the heritage of the American government in supporting freedom and liberty around the world. These bills that protect the Indo-Pacific, Israel, and Ukraine protect these countries against attacks on their sovereignty and their existence. They are free and countries that celebrate democracy, and we have a duty to support them, and we're engaging in that American tradition. I support the bills and urge everyone to do so. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. History is watching us today. The whole world is watching us today. Winston Churchill, before World War II, spoke of those like Neville Chamberlain who chose dishonor over war and ended up with both. Likewise, isolationists today who choose to retreat from helping our friends who are being threatened and invaded will find that the struggles of our friends will sooner or later follow us home. Our standing in the world is at stake with our vote today. We can choose dishonor, or we can choose to help friends who are oppressed by strong and malignant neighbors. Speaker Mike Johnson has chosen honor and is to be commended. Taiwan, Israel, and yes, Ukraine desperately need our help. Vote for all 4 bills. Choose honor over dishonor. I yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the good news for our allies in the Indo-Pacific and the Ukrainian people that the House is finally doing the right thing. Today, moral courage and sound strategic thinking finally defeat the partisan cynicism and the political calculation of a small minority of this body who have held our national interests hostage. Some of my colleagues say America should reject our role as the world's dominant power, ignore our geopolitical foes as they move aggressively against our interests and menace our allies. They are wrong. While it is deeply unfortunate that it took this long for wiser voices to prevail, the House is stepping up today to proclaim the American strength and send bold support to Ukraine and the Indo-Pacific. The Ukrainian people did not choose this war, and Ukraine was invaded by a bloody tyrant whose designs to go far beyond Ukraine. If allowed to go expand unchecked, Russian and Chinese aggression will only make a deadly global confrontation more likely. This moment is long overdue, and we can only hope that this delay will not result in lasting damage to Ukraine's war efforts. But it's my deepest hope that this victory in Congress will help make possible Ukraine's ultimate victory on the battlefield. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains for each side?
The gentleman from Oklahoma has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Madam Speaker, I advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever she is. In the meantime, I'll simply reserve.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut. The gentlewoman has 9 minutes remaining.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervant.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the ranking member for the time and applaud the dedicated work of her and all the leaders and staff of the House Appropriations Committee on both sides of the aisle for their commitment to advancing this legislation. I am proud to support this legislative package that is of paramount importance to the strength of our nation, to the American worker, and for our role as a world leader that is working to defend democracy. This is an incredibly serious moment for our nation and the world, and I appreciate that these measures rise to the occasion to provide necessary resources for those in need, including funds for Ukraine's military, for our ally Israel, and $9 billion in humanitarian assistance for the people of Gaza. I encourage my colleagues to support these measures and ensure they are signed into law. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Indiana yields back. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager-Dove.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Indo-Pacific Defense Supplemental and all of the foreign aid bills we are voting on today. I recently returned from a State Department-led trip to Japan where we discussed the security challenges the region is facing from the PRC. Our partners in the Indo-Pacific are dealing with the daily threat of aggression from China. China is quite literally seeking to gobble up other countries, including the vibrant, sovereign democracy of Taiwan. And China is working to gain leverage over countries through cheap infrastructure deals and digital authoritarianism. The Indo-Pacific region has been calling on the United States to be reliable, present, and engaged. Just last week, the Japanese Prime Minister came to Congress to tell us that Japan and the region need the United States and that our partners will be by our side. All we need to do is show up. With this bill, the United States is saying, we need you too, we will not cede our leadership, and we are here for good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma continues to reserve. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Let me tell my colleague, Chairman Cole, that we have one more speaker who's on his way, but let me just take this opportunity. I just would like to say a thank you at this juncture to the former chair of the Appropriations Committee, our colleague Kay Granger. It has really been my honor to serve with Congresswoman Granger, and she has been a pioneer in so many ways. I've said it to many folks, especially I say to the women who serve in this House. No one hands you anything here. You earn it. Kay Granger has earned every bit of the accolades, the titles that she has received because she earned it, she deserves it, and is an outstanding member of this body. I would also like to say to you, Chairman Cole, it's an honor to serve with you, and I think it really is impressive that in this second week leading the committee, we are passing a long overdue supplemental to aid our allies. To your credit, I thank you very, very much.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip and former member of the Appropriations Committee, Mrs. Clark. 3.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. John Gardner said, "History never looks like history when you are living through it." But there is no doubt that today's votes in the House of Representatives will reverberate through history, will be felt for generations to come. We have learned that when figures like Vladimir Putin emerge, we will not find peace through appeasement. As caretakers of the world's most powerful republic, we cannot look away when the world looks to us to lead the defense of democracy. We cannot look away because tyranny is not just emanating from Moscow. The same extremism that has fueled the Russian attack on the Ukrainian people has found countenance here in the People's House. In voting yes today, we can rebuke all those who choose to side with the enemies of freedom. As we combat tyrants, we can also not turn away from the innocent victims of war and famine. The suffering people of Gaza, Sudan, Haiti, Chad, and Armenia. The humanitarian aid in this package is vital to relieving their pain, saving their lives, and securing their children's future. As we witness so much destruction and starvation, as we attempt to comprehend the intertwined horrors of the October 7th attack on Israel and the devastating toll on innocent civilians in Gaza, I cannot see a path to peace that does not provide security and sovereignty to both Israelis and Palestinians, a peace rooted in justice and our common humanity. It is our hope that the votes we take today are a start. But we are not simply living through history, we are shaping it. We have the opportunity today to shape a future that is more just, more equitable. The bills before us today are not perfect. They consider very complex and painful issues, but they are a critical step forward, and I urge my colleagues to join me in taking it. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to begin by thanking the Speaker and the Rules Committee, particularly my good friends Chairman Burgess and Ranking Member McGovern, for structuring this debate so every member in this chamber would have an opportunity to express their opinion on every issue. This is a very welcome gift. Nobody's being jammed. Everybody can voice their own opinion. I want to thank my good friend, the Ranking Member of the Full Appropriations Committee, for working with me. We've had a long friendship and a long professional relationship, and I look forward to the years ahead working with her. But finally, Madam Speaker, I want to urge all our colleagues to support all 4 of these bills. We are, as Speaker after Speaker has said, at a critical moment in our history. We need to stand firm. We need to send a clear signal to the rest of the world, so please pass the bills. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It's now in order to consider the amendment printed in Part C of House Report 118-466. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-466, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1160, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, we meet in an extraordinary session here on a Saturday, and we do so because Iran has fired missiles over our very ships intended to land on our ally Israel. We meet here on a Saturday because Russia has invaded Ukraine and continues an aggression that will not stop there. But we also meet here in order to provide a protection and a preventative funding to our allies in the Indo-Pacific. Included in those allies in this amendment must be the Philippines. Only days ago, the President of the Philippines and the Prime Minister of Japan met with our President in a trilateral meeting for the first time in literally, I believe, history. They did so to talk about many things, including the joint agreement for defense that includes Japan and the U.S. both participating in the Philippines in their defense on their soil by their invitation. That is how grave the threat from China is, and how nothing will do a better job of preventing yet a third major area of conflict than peace through strength. And so, Madam Speaker, I urge the support for this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I claim the time in opposition, though I am not opposed to the amendment, and I yield
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the amendment that I joined with Congressman Issa and Moylan in support of foreign military funding for the Philippines. Earlier this month, as co-chair of the U.S.-Philippines Friendship Caucus, I had the opportunity to meet with the President of the Philippines, along with members of the Philippine House of Representatives, to discuss important bilateral relationship between our two countries. In these discussions, we emphasized a shared maritime vision of keeping peace and freedom, particularly in the South China Sea. And as the gentleman from California mentioned, we're pleased to see the Biden administration recognize this important relationship, particularly by enhancing the Defense Cooperation Agreement. This which will allow the United States and the Philippines to better address the shared challenges in the Indo-Pacific region. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it's my honor to recognize and yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Guam.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to emphasize the importance of supporting our ally, the Philippines, as they stand on the front lines of China's gray zone warfare in the Philippine Sea. The U.S. needs to further commit to its security cooperation efforts with our friends in the Philippines. Since increasing Philippine foreign military finance in 2022, we have drastically improved in their ability to counter regional threats. Madam Speaker, we can do more. Our Philippine allies are harassed and intimidated daily. This includes high-pressure water cannons against civilian Philippine fishing vessels in their own waters. To show our support, I introduced with Congressman Bobby Scott H-Res 837, reaffirming the ties between the United States and the Philippines. Funding our allies is simple math. Dedicating $500 million in 1 year ensures the protection of 9 critical military bases and posts, protecting 11 million Filipino citizens across 300,000 square kilometers. The Philippine Department of National Defense has stored record with military operations planning with U.S. Indo-PACOM leaders, and to meet further fight to force. I thank my colleague, Mr. Isaac, for submitting this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Madam Speaker, I yield the remaining time to myself.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to remind this body of something that I think is important today. When I entered this body some 20 plus years ago, another congressman, then Bob Filner, and myself founded the Philippine Friendship Caucus. And we did so because there were many promises made all the way back in World War II that had been reneged on through what was known as the Rescission Act. Through education, the Congress wisely restored to those scouts, those individuals who fought and died next to us or often were tortured when captured, while defending us and warning us from the Philippines when it was occupied. The Philippines has been our possession, our colony, our ally throughout history. But more importantly, the Philippine people have reached out to us time and time again to be our friends. President Marcos came here personally to double down, triple down on that relationship as a friend of the U.S., a democracy, and in fact, ready to defend the region with its partners for freedom in the Indo-Pacific. So, Madam Speaker, I ask you, please, this is an amendment more important perhaps than any other to prevent war, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and on the amendment by the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill.
Those in favor?
Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Emergency supplemental appropriations for assistance for the Indo-Pacific region and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Under Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does this gentleman from Oklahoma?
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been ordered pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20.
Thank you.
Gentlemen have a general leave request. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 8035.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1160 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8035. The Chair appoints the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration H.R. 8035, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the situation in Ukraine and for related expenses for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Ms. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, I rise in support of H.R. 8035, the Ukraine Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, as well as the other 2 national security supplemental bills and the 4th bill that is full of strong conservative policy priorities. As we stand here today, a strategic military troika of evil sits over the horizon, marching towards the destruction of the values that we and our democratic allies hold so dear. We can either turn our heads away and hope to appease this great evil, or we can stand with our allies and confront this nefarious scourge. History has taught us that appeasement does not work. And it was attempted not that long ago through the failed Obama-Clinton reset with the communist KGB thug Putin. That administration believed that Putin could be satiated with Georgia and Crimea. They were wrong. And today, Putin's appetite has only grown. Now he wants all of Ukraine. Tomorrow, Moldova, the Baltics, Poland. Madam Chair, history repeats itself. I'm reminded that in 1947, Congress provided military and economic support for Greece and Turkey, keeping them out of the hands of the Soviet Union. And today, this Congress has the chance to do the same by supporting these bills that confront the Troika and fully fund our security commitments to support Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine, which are confronting existential challenges to their very existence. The only way to stand up to Putin and others like him, in the words of Ronald Reagan, is peace through strength. That is what every member voting yes on these bills is standing for today. This bill supports that principle, 2/3 of which will be spent here at home through investments in the U.S. defense industrial base to replenish our military equipment. The supplemental also provides critical security assistance to help ensure that Ukraine has the training and weapons it needs to stop Putin, such as traditional artillery rounds and air defense systems. Please take note of this. This bill requires a clear strategy from the administration that defines and prioritizes U.S. national security interests in Ukraine. It also includes unprecedented oversight and accountability requirements, including robust funding for our Inspector General and end-use monitoring of U.S. defense transfers. Also, economic assistance to Ukraine is subject to extensive burden sharing and transparency requirements, including the unprecedented cost matching by our European and other allies. Madam Chair, in addition, for the first time ever, this bill requires that the funding we provide to Ukraine for economic assistance be subjected to repayment to the United States of America. In sum, Madam Chairwoman, this is a critical bill that directly supports the national security interests of the United States, and I urge a strong yes vote and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in strong support of the Ukraine Security Supplemental Appropriations Act. This provides Ukraine with desperately needed aid and munitions to fight back against tyranny, against Putin's tyranny. Vladimir Putin's greed, aggression, and unyielding pursuit of power have led to grievous loss of life and humanitarian devastation. The cruelty against innocent civilians at the hands of Putin and his cronies is devastating. And we know very well that Russia's invasion is not only a threat to Ukraine's physical security, but also a threat to the very core of Ukrainian and global democracy. Putin is betting that he cannot last the will and the determination of Ukraine, the United States, and other Western allies. Some in this body seem inclined to prove him right. We must prove him definitively wrong. It is completely misguided. It's an affront to our nation's history and our heritage to suggest that we would be putting America first by retreating from the world stage. We put America first by demonstrating the power of American leadership, that we have the strength and the resolve and the heart to fight for the most vulnerable people, protect their freedom, and preserve their dignity. This bill will provide $14 billion for the training, equipment, weapons, logistics support, intelligence, and other supplies and resources to support Ukraine's military. It will provide nearly the same amount for us, the United States, to replenish our own equipment stocks. It also provides $9.5 billion in forgivable loans to support the Ukrainian economy and $20.5 billion for the U.S. Armed Forces to assist in Ukraine with mission support, intelligence support, pay, equipment, and other resources. If Ukraine does not receive this support, which it requires and needs to defeat Russia's outrageous assault on its sovereign territory, the legacy of this Congress will be the appeasement of a dictator, destruction of an allied nation, and a fractured Europe. Gone will be the post-war order that has kept Europe free and prosperous. Gone will be our credibility in the eyes of our allies and our adversaries. And gone will be the America that promised to stand up for freedom, democracy, and human rights wherever they are threatened or wherever they are under attack. Our allies are facing existential threats, and our friends and foes around the world are watching, waiting to see how America will respond. Vladimir Putin is watching. Our allies in NATO and across Europe are watching. What course will America take? We must stop Putin in his tracks right now. The world must see our resolve. We need to support Ukraine. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. I would now like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the Permanent Select Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner. Again, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to begin by thanking the Speaker for bringing this bill to the floor for the importance of serving our national security. This bill will have overwhelming support on this House floor today. When people ask why we should support Ukraine, I like to remind them of President Xi of China's trip to Russia last year. When President Xi stood next to Vladimir Putin, he had an open mic, and he said, "Change is coming that hasn't happened in 100 years, and we are driving this change together." The we is Vladimir Putin and President Xi, and the 100 years, we know what that is. That's World War I and World War II. They themselves stood together and articulated that this is a battle between authoritarianism and democracy, and we must stand for democracy and against authoritarianism. Also, according to the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, our European allies have committed to giving more than $60 billion in military aid since Russia's unjustified invasion, while the U.S. has given roughly $42 billion. We are less than half. I ask unanimous consent that the Kiel Institute report be entered into the record.
Without objection, the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished Speaker Emerita, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentlelady for the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee for yielding, but also for her leadership in bringing this to the floor. I join Mr. Turner and others in saluting the Speaker, as well as our leader, Mr. Jeffries, for making this important legislation possible. I associate myself with everything that's been said already about Ukraine, but I want to just focus on one particular area. 2 years ago and almost 2 weeks ago, I led the first high-level delegation to Kyiv, and we saw firsthand the courage of the people, the danger of the Russians. But let me just tell you what is heartbreaking about it. Vladimir Putin has instructed his troops to use rape, kidnapping, and murder in front of family members as a weapon of war to demoralize the people of Ukraine. I hope that our colleagues will choose democracy and decency rather than autocracy and evil, because I fear that if you choose the Putin route, you will have blood on your hands. Blood of the children, blood of their mothers, raped in front of their parents, raped in front of their children. I urge an aye vote on this and all the other bills before us today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. I yield the gentleman from North Carolina, who is a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Edwards. I yield for 1 minute.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Ronald Reagan said, "Democracy is worth dying for because it's the most deeply honorable form of government ever devised by man." Madam Chair, that is but one of the reasons I rise today in support of H.R. 8035. At this moment, the world is looking to America for leadership and asking, do we still stand behind our belief in democracy, and are we the world power that we acclaim? At this moment, we have the opportunity to stand for democracy and for world order with no drop of blood shed by American troops. Without our help, a democracy is certain to fall to a murderous Marxist socialist dictator. I recently toured Ukraine. My eyes have witnessed the remnants of the barbaric, unadulterated terrorism that's taking place there, and my ears have heard the numerous testimonies of the unthinkable acts by the Russian army. Putin, through his words and his actions, have made clear that our world's security, our nation's security is at risk. Ronald Reagan also said, there is sin and evil in the world, and we're enjoined by Scripture and the Lord Jesus to oppose it with all our might. Let's oppose this evil. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to